Hey guys, welcome to the stream. We're doing some Path of Exile 2 tonight. A lot of mooing going on in chat. Turn. So there was a little bit of an update here from Grinding Gears. Looks like this happened sometime yesterday. I kind of missed it, but we're just talking about what's going on and kind of what they've done, which is kind of relates a little bit to a Reacts video that I just did recently, where a guy was complaining that just not enough stuff was going on. The game's been out for they're saying 10 weeks at this point, so roughly 2.5 months. That doesn't seem accurate, but I didn't think it launched at the very beginning of December. I thought we were like halfway through or so, but if they say 10 weeks, then that's where we're at. But yeah, I mean, they're talking about they released 8 patches and 31 hotfixes. That's almost 1 patch a week, not counting all of the hotfixes. So it's like these guys are doing a lot of work trying to make this stuff happen, especially considering the fact that they were out a couple of weeks for holiday for Christmas. So, I mean, that's pretty busy in my book. They're mostly talking about a lot of the things that they have done during these patches. But here closer to the bottom, like this is all basically just highlights from stuff that they've done so far. And then when they're talking about the biggest problems here, these are a few of the outliers that they're planning on trying to address a little bit in 0.2. And they're looking for major content updates every few months. So they're not ready to launch it yet, but they are aware, like I have stated previously on multiple occasions, that there's basically not enough content for end game. But I mean, this was a known quantity going into Path of Exile 2 that they kind of threw together the end game in about 30 days, give or take a little. That's not a whole lot of time to get a whole lot of content in there and then make sure it all works, so you can launch your game and then go on a 2-week vacation and hope that there's no major problems. So to be fair, I'm happy with the fact that they decided to do a little less content and a little more on Q&A to make sure that the stuff actually worked well enough to play. There were a few little hiccups and bumps here and there, but I mean, at the end of the day, it's one of the more smooth early access games that I've played. In-game progression balance is off. They would have to be a little bit more specific on what exactly that they mean by that. I mean, everybody is kind of aware that the in-game balance, progression balance is off, but I would like to hear something more specific from them on exactly what they feel like this means and what they're doing to change that. Not enough character build options, which that's valid. There's just not enough uniques in the game right now. I mean, the game is still very young. They still have 3 acts to build, excuse me, which I assume will include new gear, and then they have a lot of in-game content. Oh, good grief. They have a lot of in-game content that they need to kind of get added into the game to flush it out a little bit, and I think that will also add some more uniques and things along those lines. So nerf lightning builds. The lightning build isn't really that strong compared to some of the other stuff that's out there, but I mean, that's kind of to be expected in the very first season. I mean, like, most people just seem to think that, oh, you made a game before and you made totally new skills and put them in the game under a totally new system. Sorry, I'm gonna go get a water. But you know, you put this brand new game together with a brand new engine, and well, I mean, honestly, I don't even know if the engine's brand new, but I would say there's some significant differences in it. And it's all new skills, all new calculations. And what do you mean? you don't have the ability to guarantee all this stuff is going to be perfectly balanced just because you made one other game. Like, people are so unrealistic in their expectations from game companies. It's like there's a shit ton of math involved in this, and I mean, there's not many companies on the face of the planet that don't do shit tons of internal testing to ensure that this isn't going to be a problem. And with a game as open as Path of Exile 1 and 2 both are, as far as building your you know, like the passive skill tree and all that kind of stuff, it's like that's a ton of combinations to go through and see what breaks and what doesn't. And then you throw all the gear on top of that. It's just a lot of stuff to go through, and it's their initial early access launch. Yeah, seriously. It's like, if you think Path of Exile 2 is bad and has problems, go play a Blizzard game and then get back to me. But yeah, that's kind of the state that we're in right now. They've got some balancing issues that they want to get fixed. I know they've tried to fix, there's a build that's going around right now. I believe it's a chaos build. I don't generally have a whole lot of interest in insanely broken builds. And this build kind of breaks itself fairly early on and then just stays broken for quite a while. But yeah, I mean, it basically is just running around one-shotting entire screens. It can kill any boss that does not have multiple phases in a single attack. You know, it's pretty nuts. And then, you know, bosses that have multiple phases, you just have to use one attack per phase. So, you know, maybe it takes 2 or 3 attacks to kill, but it's not because the damage is lacking, it's because the code simply stops you from being able to do damage between phases, like it forces the phases to happen. So, but yeah, I mean, it's a pretty broken build. There was another warrior build that was insanely broken. It was apparently the only decent warrior build on top of that. But it was really, really broken and could be built extremely early in the game. And yeah, I mean, it's like those 2 builds need to be nerfed. I mean, they're just entirely too powerful. And at least the warrior build was pretty simple to create from what I've seen. I haven't played it personally. Like I said, I don't get into those kind of builds. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, I'm hoping they find a reasonable way to balance those builds out without affecting the other builds. I kind of feel like at this point the lightning build is pretty fun to play. It required a lot of gearing to make it work. So interesting. It required a lot of items and stuff like that to make it work, so it wasn't just out of the box everything's fine. It was very gear dependent. You had to have a lot of stuff in order to make it function properly, and I think that's a good balance for a game. So yeah, I mean, hopefully where Lightning Sork is at currently is plus or minus, yeah, exactly, plus or minus a little bit on the amount of damage that the Sork is doing. I mean, I think it can potentially even lose a little bit of damage because it is still pretty powerful. I mean, I'm just kind of deleting bosses at the high end. I'm not doing them in a single attack, but I mean, at the end of the day, what's the difference between a single attack and 2 seconds? I mean, it's a very small amount of time, and the likelihood of you dying is almost non-existent. So yeah. And yeah, Joe, all kinds of people are super pissed off about my review. The sad part about it is they're not necessarily upset about my opinion of it. They're upset because I chose the wrong person to do a react video on. Like, it's just a whole bunch of people coming to this dude's defense, and it's like, I mean, I get that. But at the end of the day, it's like, if you're going to defend somebody, make sure you have some ground to stand on. Like, I've had several people that just get in there and they just puke words out on the screen. Like, there's no coherent thought in there. It's like, it's painful to read. It's like my eyes start going cross, just sitting there trying to read some of this crap. I just don't understand people these days. wish there was a more simple way to get into this place. Because technically I could go. I mean, either way, trying to get into this tower, I'm going to have to eat a node here. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't necessarily want to roast people over sentence structure, but I mean, when you make a response to my video that's a 2,000 word essay and you don't use the return key even once, it's like, what the hell? I mean, who's gonna sit there and read that shit? I mean, it's like, it's ridiculous. It's like, I'm perfectly fine with you know, people having different opinions from what I have, but I mean, they need to be able to have a coherent conversation.
Time is not on our side.
I mean, at the end of the day, it was mostly just scrubs coming over mad because they didn't like what I had to say about their waifu. And I just don't have time for people like that. They're not worth the conversation time, to be honest.
Sans, take you! Garukan favors you.
Still need to go back through and get the sounds off of maps at this point. Like, I just don't want to hear those things drop anymore. I have so many maps, I don't know what to do with them at this point. I kind of wish they would improve loot drops just a little bit. Because, like, I just keep getting shit tons of maps now, but I'm not actually getting the loot that I want. So it's like, here's a map, so you can have a chance to get more maps. Yeah, everybody is always trying to clarify the video. It's like, I'm not an idiot. I know what the dude was saying. Even the idiots are understanding what the dude's saying. Like people keep trying to defend it, and they say they're saying stuff like, oh, he doesn't hate the game. It's like, oh, well, that's really funny because he said like one nice thing about it, and then 15 minutes of whining about it. It's like, what do you think the outcome of that is? Are you promoting the game or are you bashing the game? It's like, two statements that you thought the game is okay and could get better, and then 14.5 minutes of this game sucks and here's why. I must include, in case any of those people are watching, that that's paraphrasing. That I don't mean that that's exactly what he said. If you don't understand the definition of paraphrasing, look it up. But yeah, I mean, like, to me, this build here feels a lot like a lot of the other builds that I've played in Path of Exile 1. I mean, honestly, one of my biggest complaints about this game is the fact that they wanted to make it a different game. And at the end of the day, it still feels so much like Path of Exile 1, it isn't funny. It's just a watered down version of Path of Exile 1. I mean, yeah, the skill system's different. I don't really like the skill system as much in this game as I did Path of Exile 1. I like the fact that the skills are an item that you put into a slot and then you upgrade that skill, as opposed to having to find like 6 linked items. I always hated that concept in Path of Exile 1.
Victory is mine.
So I like that concept, but I don't like the fact that you don't level the skills with XP anymore. You just have to find them. I've done probably over 100 tier 18 maps at this point. I have still yet to get a single level 20 skill gem. Not a single one just has not dropped for me at all. And, you know, so I've had to buy the ones that I want. And it's like, you know, when it comes to just getting your skills, I don't think you should have to buy those from other players. They just have the drop chance on them way too low. And so I hope that's something that they address in the near future. Because this class can definitely get more powerful if I can, you know, just like get some skill gems.
Die once more.
I'm also mildly disappointed that the support gems don't level at all. I mean, I guess at the end of the day, they don't necessarily have to, since they're, you know, maximum effect from the moment that you put them in, but it was just kind of nice having more progression. You know, it was always fun when you were playing and just see some random skill gem would just level up because you got a bunch of XP, and that just doesn't happen at all anymore. And then even the leveling, you know, of the gems currently, it's just like, oh look, another a gem of a higher level drop, so I just right click it and now my gem's leveled up. It's a little less gratifying, I guess, is what I'm looking for there. So yeah, I mean, they've got a lot of changes that they could make. You know, who knows if they will. Will I quit playing the game because I don't necessarily like the way the skill system is designed? No. Would I try to convince other people to not play the game because I don't like the way the skill system is designed? No. It's a different game. Like, and I either like it or I don't. Would I like for them to make some of the changes that would make me happier? Sure. But I mean, that's not my call to make. I'm not making the game. You know, and at the end of the day, they're going to go for whatever decisions that they think are going to attract the most people. And, you know, the majority of people on the planet may not share the same views that I do. So the things that I want, you know, just may not be a thing. And I think that's one of the things that a lot of hardcore players really need to get through their head is games are not designed for you. Like, nobody designs games for hardcore players anymore. If you're a hardcore gamer, you're a dying breed. I'm sorry. I'm one of them. I'm a hardcore gamer, and the majority of games that come out these days seriously piss me off because it's just all a whole bunch of catering to casuals, and it disgusts me. But I mean, that's just the way the future is going. You know, the money talks and the bullshit walks. If you want people to cater to you as a hardcore gamer, then you need to start understanding that game companies are going to have to charge you $1,000 for their game because there's such a small amount of people that consider themselves hardcore gamers anymore. They can make way more money by selling a game for $30 a pop to people who are not hardcore. I mean, it's the exact problem that Blizzard went through, and why
I have no
so
space
many
for
people
that.
trash talk Blizzard and WoW games is because the people who get online and trash talk shit are people that are passionate about the game that they're talking about. And the super hardcore people were insanely passionate about WoW, and then WoW just, you know, kowtowed and decided to start catering to all of the casuals, which completely screwed over all of the hardcore players who were the people that were heavily invested in their game. The casual people don't give a fuck. They're not going to get out on forums and on Twitter and Reddit and everywhere else and whine and bitch and moan. They'll either play the game or they won't, but they're not going to get involved in the community. Yeah, exactly, Joe. Your market's really small for hardcore gamers, and you know, these guys just, you know, they really need to get to the point to where they understand that. It is like I said, I hate it. I enjoyed games when they were designed for hardcore players. I mean, one of my favorite MMOs of all time was EverQuest. There has never been another game like it, and there probably never will be another game like it. Even Pantheon Rise of the Fallen, which is made by a whole lot of people that loved EverQuest, and even people that worked on the original EverQuest. But it's not going to end up really being anything like EverQuest at the end of the day. I mean, that's just not where the money is at anymore. Yeah, and you're right there, Matisti. The indie game devs can take some more chances. They generally have a lot lower budgets, and to be honest, if you're an indie game dev, if your game is even remotely successful, then you're happy. And that's where a lot of the problem comes from, is, you know, capitalization being put into video games. It's like, if you aren't making X amount of profit, then your game isn't considered profitable. But at the end of the day, companies that make hardcore games and only get 10% of the gaming population to buy their game are still economically successful games. I mean, like, they make good money, but not when you do stuff like, you know, Ubisoft, for example, and spend hundreds of millions of dollars on developing a game and then have it flop. Where do they get that money back from? Like, where do they recover from? You see, indie companies can get away with that kind of stuff a lot better because they can have smaller payrolls. You know, more people are doing the work, so there's less hands in the pot. There's more profit coming out of it, and then they can work on moving on to their next game or keeping the game that they have made updated. I don't know what it is about this map, but like, I hate the trees in this map. It's like, some of them, like this one doesn't have any interaction at all. I can just walk right through the tree, and then other trees, I don't know if it's trees or like maybe here it's like rocks underneath the trees and you just can't see them. But there's some things that you can't even move through them, and you don't know why. Like, you can't tell in the moment. It's like sitting there and trying to figure out, like, why am I running into this tree and actually hitting it? You can look at it and go, oh, there's a rock underneath of it. But like, when you're trying to move across the map because you got shit chasing you, you're trying to not stand in some random AE, and it's like, oh, I can walk through trees, and then you try to walk through one and it's like, oh, I can't. Like this one here, I think the tree is actually able to be walked through. There's tiny little rocks around it, and like when you're moving across here, it's difficult to see these depending on where you're at. So I definitely feel like there's a few design flaws that they have with their mapping system. Like, I'm all about meaningful combat, you know, and having to make decisions while you're fighting, but it's like you need to have all the data in order to make the decision. And, you know, hiding rocks at the base of random trees so that you can't walk through them is not giving me all the data, to be honest. Yeah, you're right. Average high-end game costs $100 million to make these days. I mean, I personally think it's, and I don't want to get too much into politics here because, like I said, this has always been a gaming channel first and foremost. But, you know, just like all of the stuff that's going on with the Trump presidency right now, and this, you know, alleged cleaning house of all this wasted funding that's out there. That's kind of the same problem that games are having. I mean, they have these insanely large teams, and if you know anything about development, I mean, you can, like, that's the sad part about it, is a lot of people want to have opinions about game development and they have no idea what they're talking about.
Yes.
And then you have people like Timothy Kane, who has been a game developer all of his life and has a giant YouTube page and just talks about problems in game development all the time. If you actually want to understand development cycles and game development and you have no clue whatsoever, that dude will literally tell you, you know, and people still don't understand and don't know because they don't want to put in the time. They just want to run their mouth about their own opinions. But if you look into problems with game development companies these days, especially bigger companies, and sometimes even smaller ones, depending on who they're hiring, there are a lot of people in the industry that just don't want to do work. You know, and they're like chicken shit about everything. You know, they don't want to put their name on anything that they do because they're afraid it's going to come back and bite them in the ass in the future because they failed to recognize something or they failed to do a good job. It's kind of a poisonous atmosphere, honestly, when you think about it from the perspective of the developer themselves, like the actual software engineer. That, you know, you could get fired because some random piece of a game that you made doesn't work right, and instead of just saying, hey, you know, there was a problem with this and in the future do better, it's like, oh no, man, you just cost us, you know, $400 million, a la Concord. But yeah, I mean, it's just a big issue that's out there. And so you have all of these engineers that don't want to work, or they quote these insanely long cycle times to do something that they could do in minutes. It takes them days or even weeks, as far as how much time they say that it will take them to get it done, and they spend shitloads of time
Victory is
trying to
mine.
test it or whatever because they don't want to be the guy that made something that was screwed up about the game. And so it's just shit tons of wasted time. It's like back in the day, you could have just told someone to go do that, and 20 minutes later they come back with a working prototype, and then you just continue on with development cycles. But now you're being held up because some random dude that's worried to death about his job, which rightfully so. I mean, people just kind of fire over anything and will throw anyone under the bus these days. But it just slows down development, and it seriously increases costs. And it's like these insane, like 500 plus people teams are unnecessary for making games. The AAA industry is causing their own bloat. I mean, there is tons of things that they could do to streamline this process and make it cheaper to develop games, which means they would then be making more money without having to raise prices. But at the same time, I also agree that prices on games probably should go up a little bit. I mean, it is way cheaper today to buy a video game than what it was 30 years ago. I mean, 30 years ago,
Will of the Marake.
games haven't really changed all that much in price. I mean, they've gone from $49.99 as a standard to $59.99 as a standard. I mean, you know, we're starting to see like 69 games and 79 games occasionally, but the standard is still $59.99. So in 30 years, games have gone up $10. I mean, that's not even close to the rate of inflation. So it's like, I believe that, you know, games should be a little bit more expensive. But at the same time, I also think these development companies should be a little more responsible with their money, and maybe they wouldn't complain so much about the amount of money that they were making if they were more efficient in their design systems. I mean, because you have small companies like the guy that made Vampire Survivors. I mean, that dude's just fucking rolling in cash. You know, it's a it's a B-rate game at best if you consider graphics. I mean, not even a single A title.
Didn't break a sweat.
And I mean, the dude just, like, the game was phenomenal. It was so much fun to play. I look forward to every time the guy comes out with an update. It's a really fun game. So it's like, you know, the graphics don't have to be cutting edge in order for the game to be
There is
successful.
power in this object. I can feel it.
Jesus, I really need to take a few minutes and get rid of all these stupid one exalted items that I have for sale. Like, I either need to raise the price because of inflation, or I need to just DE them, get them out of my inventory. Yeah, they definitely put too much money on nonsense.
Yes.
What's section trade 3? I love how people try to open this. It's like, dude, I don't even have the item yet. Jill. Yeah, I'm not even completely for sure that this is worth it. The chance shard that I would get for DEing this is probably worth more than the 1EX. Batiste said he would do graphics for us. And yeah, you're right, Joe. A game that is more entertaining and less concerned with the uncanny valley, in my opinion, is definitely the way to go. That thing's probably not that great, honestly.
I'll be here, waiting.
Stick figures. Hey, stick figures are irrelevant if the game is fun. I can see the headlines now. Indie company makes stick figure game better than Assassin's Creed Shadows. That 4-bit for the win. I mean, that's just one of the things that you got to think about is if you look back, over gaming, some of the most popular games right now are remakes of games from 15 years ago. I mean, like, no one's making anything new that's actually fun. I mean, even like Assassin's Creed, they had a really fun game, and they can't just maintain a level of fun. Like, each one of their games, in my opinion, gets progressively worse. And it's mostly because they're all completely wrapped up in the capitalist side of things. Like, they can't just release a game and go, hey, this game was a success. It made more money than it cost. It has to be, oh, well, this game wasn't a success because it didn't make 5 times what it cost. It's like, well, if you actually made games that were more fun and slightly lower on the graphics side of things, it probably could make 5 times what it cost. But you guys are wasting money and then mad when it doesn't sell. You go through and reprice a few of these things too. They've been around for a while. Still not a terrible item. 3 exalts. This has been in here forever. Yeah, old school games are definitely a fun way to go. I mean, we spend a lot of our time playing survival games and stuff that were made 10 years ago. And having, for the most part, kind of having a blast playing them. Normally the thing that turns me off on a game doesn't end up being that it's old or that the graphics are bad. It generally is because the game was good and then the developers kept screwing with it and then made it not good.
On with the work. Until next time.
Oh, they have a new subscription service? I hadn't heard about that. Is the subscription service based off of like the Switch, or is it something you can actually access on PC? I'm assuming probably not PC, but that would be phenomenal if it was.
Yes. Until next time.
At some point I'll have to come back in and reprice a bunch of this stuff too, as if it hasn't sold by now. Probably not going to. I never actually really played Ocarina of Time.
Yes.
I just couldn't get into it for some reason. I didn't really own an N64 either. I had one for a tiny window. I had made a trade with a guy, got a couple of consoles off of him. Like I got an N64, a Sega Saturn, and a Neo Geo at the time. And I ended up playing the Neo Geo stuff a little bit more than the Saturn or the N64 stuff. But I never actually owned an N64 when they first came out. This was many years later. Yeah, Nell still has hers. $99 in 1998, huh?
Greetings. Until next time.
That's been a while ago. 1998.
What can I do for you? Until next time.
So much. Well, 50 is a good price for that. Seems awfully high. All right, should be most of the less than pre-exalted items. Have a cat room? Oh. Yeah. Yeah, one of our bedrooms is converted into a cat room. Where the cats live.
Time is not on our side.
Yeah, that's not surprising, Joe. It's one of those things where I think it should be illegal to sell people's data, and then they wonder why everything's getting hacked all the time. It's like, well, people are a rather simple organism when it comes to thought processes. You know, like they don't want to make things exceedingly difficult for no reason on the average level. So most people are going to use things or passwords that are the common kinds of things that people would ask for, like birth dates or partial names or things like that. And yeah, when you start selling everybody's data, imagine that. Identity theft and things along those lines start going through the roof. Let's see, what tablet do we want in here? I'm probably gonna have to do a boss tablet. Another one of those things that I find amusing about people, they talk about this game and they complain about the lack of bosses on maps and stuff. You know, and it's like, oh, I might do 10 maps before I see one boss. It's like, just on this screen alone, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 maps just on this screen. Wait, is this 9? I don't know if I got this one over here. We'll still say 8, even though this one may be an extra. Eight bosses on this map alone, and that's included. That's considering that every single one of these green nodes are all completed and don't show what they previously had. So several of those were probably bosses as well. I don't understand how people claim that they don't ever get bosses on their maps. It's like, you use the precursor tablets. That's what they're there for. I had a 7 somewhere, but I guess not. Now, one thing I would like to see is, I don't think I've seen anything higher than a 7 on precursor tablets for adding bosses, and a lot of these are lows, like 3s and 4s, where when you look into like Irradiated or any of these others, the low average seems to float around 5, and then it's not hard to get 8s, 9s, and 10s. I don't think I've ever seen anything higher than a 7 on the boss precursors, and then the majority of the ones that I have are like 3s and 4s. So yeah, I mean, I would definitely like to see precursor tablets for bosses that have higher numbers of maps that they affect. But I mean, when you think about the fact that the boss precursors, depending on how you do your passive tree here, what is it? It's this one. So yeah, if you use a boss precursor, not only does it put a boss in it, but it also guarantees that it's irradiated. And then if you have this one, it also has a 30% chance to make it corrupted, which increases the level again. So boss precursors are a lot more powerful than the other precursors, in my opinion. So maybe that's why they decided to not have them count. But yeah, I just added 6 more bosses to the 8 that was already in that window. I was hoping to get a boss here, but it didn't happen. Guess I could go down and do this one. Maybe I would luck out. I don't know. I think that's probably the only one that's going to be close enough. This is probably going to be just at the edge of it somewhere. Alright, this could be a fun map. So this is a tier 18 map now. Used a 16 on it. It's got 2 level up nodes on it as well. And a delirium. And a boss, I believe, as well.
The unrighteous will be turned to ash.
I'm actually surprised there weren't more delirium creatures that spawned at the beginning. I think one of the biggest complaints that people have about this game right now is a lot of people don't like having to kill all of the rares on a map. And I kind of get that. I mean, I like it. I think it's a good change. In the first game, I got tired of always having bosses previously, especially when a lot of them were rock, paper, scissors against certain builds. It's like, oh, you have a build, you're just not going to be able to kill this boss, sorry. And that's not a good feeling. So having maps that don't always have bosses in them, I think is cool. But I also think that they should just make all of the rares visible from the beginning so you know what directions to go. Like, I don't like the fact that you have to go on this wild goose chase to track them down.
Garukan favors me.
But yeah, there's a handful of good games that have come out recently or that are coming out. It sounds like Kingdom Come Deliverance is doing really, really well. Civilization 7 just hit recently. I'm kind of back and forth on some of the newer Civilization games. I didn't really enjoy 6 that much. I prefer the older ones a lot better. So I'm kind of hoping that maybe they start going back that direction a little bit with their gameplay. But I guess we'll see. And then you got Monster Hunter Wilds that'll be out here in a couple of weeks. Hopefully that game is really good as well. It's a little too early to tell, but feedback from the betas that they've been having for it has been positive. So hopefully it does well. Looks like they've got another open beta coming up for that soon. At least I'm pretty sure it's an open beta.
Die forgotten.
That might have said tier 5 on it. It might have been a good one to pick up after all. Another minor complaint that I have about the game, I really like the concept that they have items that drop that say a tier level on them. I don't like the fact that they don't really explain to you what that means. And I'm okay with the concept of games having stuff that isn't super obvious, but there should be a relatively reasonable way to discover what that means by playing the game for people that are actually interested in understanding what it means.
Will of the Marrakesh.
And really the only way that you can kind of figure out a little bit about it is by finding a magic version of it and then trying to enchant the crap out of it and see, it's like the argument is a lot of people have theories now on exactly what it means. I don't know if any of them are completely factual, but I'm sure there's enough testing at this point where people feel fairly certain about it. But like this Ultra Robe here, it's like tier 2. It's like, does that mean that it has nothing less than tier 2 prefixes and suffixes on it, assuming that whatever is being enchanted on it can actually go up to tier 2? And then if I use an Exalted Orb on this afterwards, does it guarantee that similar things will be put on it? Like I'm still going to get tier 2 enchants on it. Guaranteed nothing less than tier 2. So those are the questions that I have about that I haven't found real answers for yet. Just mostly people saying, oh yeah, this is what it means. It's like, what are your sources, dude? Like everybody on the internet has an opinion, but that doesn't make it fact. I also want it to be one of those things that you can actually just figure out, and I don't want to have to get on the internet to look it up. So yeah, I don't spend a shit ton of time on the internet looking at random shit other people are posting up, because most of the time it's false or fake anyways.
Fall before me.
I have no space for that.
No. 13 creatures left. Good enough for here. I haven't really been playing this game as much in the downtime.
What is it?
I'm starting to feel like there is not a lot of content left to really work on. Like this is my second character up in the 90s range. They've both been fun to play. I just don't know if I want to start another brand new character and play through again. Especially,
Yes.
like once you get to the end game, it's like other than just seeing your build work,
On with
there's not a lot of anything going on. Like nothing that you're doing is going to progress to a later version of the game. I mean, we're basically kind of beta testing at this point. So, there's no permanent progression or, like even in Path of Exile 1, when you have the seasons, you have the season goals where you can build the gold totem in your base, and if you complete all the stuff, and it's like that's a cool concept. That's something that survives on your account even after the seasonal reset. I mean, I'm sure there's going to be a lot of morons out there that say, well, you don't really lose your character, it goes into the Eternal Realm. But it's like, yeah, when was the last time you logged in and played one of those, or actually even gave a shit about what your Eternal Realm coffers look like? Their high tier map. I made a mistake on the last batch of maps that I made up. I forgot to add a bunch of delirium and stuff like that to the maps before I corrupted them. That is one thing that I wish that they would let you do
You are the
when
cause
you're
of great
when
misery.
you're pumping maps, is
Victory
allow
is
you
mine.
to add like delirium to maps that have already been corrupted. So it's like I don't really want to put delirium on shit to have it downgraded to a tier fucking 14 map. Like, it's just lame.
There is power in this object. I can feel it.
But that's kind of been a staple of all, pretty much of the history of Path of Exile, is once you've corrupted an item, you can't really do much with it. I did like the Vol currencies that they had in Path of Exile 1. You had like the Vol Chaos Orbs and stuff like that, where you could actually do stuff with corrupted items. I thought that was a really neat concept. Yeah, I'm fine with not being able to juice the map and add more stuff to it afterwards, but just throwing like delirium fragments or something like that onto them, I really wish that's something that they would let you do after they're corrupted. So bad in this game. It's like you already move so slow. Better delirium than the last one, at least. And I'm sure this is just one of those things that I mean, I don't know. I don't know how they'll address this issue.
There
Like
is
one of the
power
problems
in
that I
this
have with the way
object.
that maps are
I can
designed in this
feel it.
game is where there are all these just like twisting hallways and stuff. It leaves very little open space for creatures to spawn for events. Like you know, it's very difficult to move around the map and find the
By
fragmented
Galokan!
mirrors in deliriums, or you know, if you have a breach or something like that,
Sam,
there's not a lot of
thank you.
space for creatures to spawn in these tiny little hallways. Just die and get out of the way. So it makes well, what events are in the game, it makes them less entertaining because it's really hard to kind of like min-max them. That's something else I would like to see them address. But I mean, to me, it almost feels like the only way that they can address it is just by redesigning the maps, unfortunately. I'm gonna leave a strong box back there, and you can see that. But it was recently making some complaints about the number of like explosive things that are left on the ground when creatures die and how long they stay there. It's like, I really noticed a huge issue with that. I don't know, maybe people are playing squishy builds, but it's like most of the stuff that's left on the ground, if you only get hit by one of them, it's really not that big of a deal. Yeah, I'm probably in the relatively near future. I may start streaming something else. Like I said, I'm definitely getting to a point in this game where I've kind of run out of stuff to do, and the lack of
There is power in
long-term
this
progression,
object.
I guess, like
I
just
can
having
feel it.
anything to work towards is not a huge. It's not a huge selling point for the game currently. So it's like, you know, I've gotten here, I've played it, I've seen what the game is about. I really enjoy it. It's a lot of fun. But it's early access. It's, you know, probably 20% complete at best, which means they have a lot of room for adding new content, things to keep you more entertained. And then, you know, once we start actually getting into launch and have actual seasons where there's a whole lot more, I mean,
You know
but I think
why
that's
I
one of
am
the problems that a lot of people have
Brilliant.
as well, where they claim that there's not enough events that you want to do and things like that. It's like, yeah, but you're used to playing a version of the game
Need mana.
where you have an event that's going on right now, and that is on almost every single map that you go into is going to have one of those events in it, and then you have all of the other events that, you know, you can pick from, like breaches and ritual altars and stuff like that from the previous seasons. I mean, this game only incorporated a handful of the old events, and they just kind of threw it all together. So it's like, I don't even personally think that breaches, especially the breach realms, I don't know if those are even going to be the finished product. You know, it's like they're just kind of here for the moment. So I'm sure that that is something that they will end up iterating on in the future. But it doesn't mean that the game is offering a whole lot of content right now. I mean, I think the game has been out for 10 weeks and I have 300 hours into it. I mean, personally, I think that's a pretty decent amount of time. I definitely would put more time into Seasons and Path of Exile 1, but you know, those have a more of a longevity to them, and they have a lot more, you know, it's got a lot more going on. It's a well-developed game that's been through, you know, 10 or 15 years worth of updates and polish. I think people just need to stow their expectations on what early access actually means. And the big problem, I think, at the end of the day, is that there doesn't seem to be a real definition for early access. You know, some games you get into and early access is like, hey, we have 15 minutes worth of gameplay, and we are going to be making updates and stuff for this game every 5 hours until we have more content in here, and the game is going to be a buggy, hot mess and not even reasonably playable, and you're going to get disconnected and crash constantly. And then other early accesses or shit like Call of Duty does, where it's like, hey, you get 3-day early access because you bought a collector's edition. It's like there's no true definition to what to expect out of the state of the game in early access, which is once again another one of those reasons why I think any game being in early access is a bad idea. It's like no games should have early access. If you want to do a beta or an alpha test and you want to specify exactly what it is, and you're only getting a specific vertical slice of the game and you're doing it for testing purposes, then I think that's a good idea, but it should also be an extremely limited crowd. It should not be an open concept. It shouldn't be a thing where you can just pay $30 and get into it. That's nothing about that is good for the development of the game, because it's just going to introduce a shit ton of entitled little retards who want to get in and whine and complain and piss and moan about how the game doesn't meet their current expectations. And then it's like, so what does the development company do? Do they cater to the whiny little bitches, or do they stick to their original plan? Arguably, they should stick to their original plan and make the game they intended to make. But then when you have tens of thousands of morons that are out there whining about how the game's not what they expected and you shouldn't play it anymore, well, now you've kind of forced the hand of the development company to address the situation at hand and then start working on shit that they don't need to be working on at that moment. Like, it's just a bad system.
What is it?
I think early access should die in a fire.
They'll be here, waiting.
Jesus, I'm getting to the point to where I have more little orbs and what I know what to do with at this point. I can just kill a whole
Yes.
bunch of stuff off my loot filter and just fly through these maps.
Until next time.
I'm a little disappointed that the number of tier 18 maps that I do, and like, I just don't see that much of a difference between a tier 18 map and a tier 15 map with no pluses on it. Like, the kind of loot that's dropping out of them doesn't really seem to change all that much. Actually, should probably consider working towards the next version of the Pinnacle boss. Those keys. Got two of them, but I don't remember which. Excuse me. Don't remember which citadel that they are associated with. Another kind of annoying thing. It's like, why don't you just name the key after the citadel it came out of? Huh. There's a citadel I can do right now. Yeah, I feel like the content level of Path of Exile 2 is kind of drying up. I mean, there's still a shit ton of people playing the game, but it's nowhere near what it was at the beginning. But I mean, the game's kind of run its course. I mean, a lot of people just don't get into early access. They were getting into the hype.
Die, forgotten!
But but you know, they only have so much of an attention span for early access games, especially ones that don't have a ton of content to them.
Garukan favors me.
So yeah, fortunately Monster Hunter will be here shortly, but I'm thinking I'm probably going to move on to playing some other stuff between now and then. I actually would love to play Kingdom Come 2, but I never got around to finishing the first game. I was not a big fan of the combat system when it first came out. It was just kind of a much different direction than the style of game that I was used to. And then later on, I went back and started playing again and got a better feel for it, kind of enjoyed it a lot more. But then something else came out that I really wanted to play, and went and played that, and then I never went back to finish up the game. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff coming soon. Just from being in a couple of other people's streams, like when I do stream rating, I occasionally will have people that'll be talking about a new survival game that's coming out, or Hinzold, for example, when he comes in here, he talks about various survival games that he's seen coming and whatnot. You know, it's kind of opened my eye to some games that I wasn't aware of that will be coming out sometime in the near future. Sometimes I think gaming is just all about playing whatever the new thing is that's out. It's like you don't even necessarily have to enjoy the game. You just want to be involved in whatever everyone else is talking about.
A rare treasure.
I definitely have been guilty of that in the past. Yeah, I heard they were working on something new, but I don't know anything about it other than they were working on something new. They're kind of in the pocket of Microsoft, if I'm not mistaken. I think that was Obsidian that did that game. So it's one of those things where they can't even just sit around and work on a game they want to work on. It's like they got that one, it's up and running, and then Microsoft's like, nah, it's time to go make something new. You need to make us more money. Avowed, yeah. Yeah, I've heard quite a lot about that. I don't know how it's going to be. I'm also very skeptical of games that are coming out right now because of how impactful the DEI movement was within the software development community, and how many games are smothered in DEI currently. And I think it's probably going to be a while before we start getting games that are just normal again.
Sans take you!
There is power in this object. I can feel it.
Wild beast!
So yeah, I'm a little hesitant to jump on the bandwagon of new games coming out without doing some serious research into what their political views were at the time that they made the game. Because you know, that's a fucking thing now when you're buying video games, is putting up with people's dumbass political viewpoints. Probably also another reason why people just prefer to play old games. I may even consider, unfortunately I have Kingdom Come Deliverance on Xbox, the first one. So I may actually consider playing through that again in the near future, and then just streaming that from the Xbox. I won't have a camera turned on for it, but I mean, I got a microphone, so I can still talk and I can still see what people are saying. Just won't be able to see me. Probably a good reason for more people to show up. They're like, oh, thank God, I don't have to look at that fat fuck on the screen anymore.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. And I keep getting these shitty low rolls on resists on items that would otherwise be fairly decent.
Until next time.
Suffixes on this one. I'm just going into kill a boss and get a key part. So actually I should have checked the map percentage, drop percentage, since that apparently is directly reflective of only 106%. Directly reflective of how many keys that you get at the end, apparently. I haven't found 100% confirmation on that, but I've seen a lot of data that leads to Waystone drop chances related to the amount of keys that will drop off the final boss.
Die, forgotten!
It's really funny that the first couple of times I played through this map, I really liked it. Just this rolling city. I thought this was such an amazing concept. And I don't know if it's because I have it as my safe house now or what, but it's just far less interesting now than what it was. It was just really neat the first time around. First couple of times.
A rare treasure.
Not a big fan of the rarity versions of treasure chests either. Like I think that's a bad, it's a bad feeling when you find like a yellow treasure chest and you open it and it's like just doesn't even drop a a basic currency that you're interested in. the loot is just not good. Not a good feeling. Sapphire Rings and Stellar Amulets drop rate has kind of dried up for me. I was getting them really well, even with the higher magic find. But slowed down a lot lately. Oh wow, already in the boss. Didn't even have to do the second zone.
One way or another, this ends here. For my people!
Need mana. What are you doing?
Nothing matters now but the beast. Go!
This is my least favorite boss.
I don't have time for this! Sands, bend to my will! Impede my enemies! Blood! You will not
I
win!
really still need to get some more mana regen. My mana regen is very poor right now. I had a lot a while back. And did some upgrades. Cool. 2 fragments this time.
Garukan favors me.
But I made some upgrades to try to get some more rarity find, and yeah, lost a lot of mana regen, which has kind of affected my casting. Sometimes when I start casting, I'll just burn through my mana, which is bad because it's basically my health pool as well. So, getting another 50 to 100%
Speak.
regen would be pretty nice right about now. That's 274 accuracy. It's a high number. There's some fairly decent rolls on there. Kind of garbage. Cast speed 170 mana, that's not bad. That is not good.
I'll be
That
here.
was only in tier 2 windows, so. Oh, life regen. Name. "14 intelligence is okay, but that 11 to 18 physical damage to attacks. It's like, it's really funny, but the number of people that don't seem to understand how this system works. I mean, if you hold Alt, anything that's got a dotted underline, you can just go mouse over it and it tells you. There's still a whole lot of people in the game, surprisingly, that think that damage to attacks means that it will affect your spells, and it doesn't. It tells you right here. It's a question that I see a lot in general chat when I have it turned on. If this is really even going to have much of a value to it, we've got a few bad rolls. Yeah, maybe, I don't know. Kind of feeling like the farming on Path of Exile is kind of at an end at the moment. Ooh. 1 to 3 physical damage to attacks. How fucking worthless. But yeah, that popped as a tier 1, so this was a tier 5 pair of gloves, so yeah, definitely got a tier 1 right there, which is trash.
What can I do for you?
Pretty sure these are going to be worthless, but I'll just double check. Single resist. A lot of wasted rolls. I don't know, maybe I'll throw them up for a few exalts.
here.
See if anybody
Wait.
buys them. This could be okay. 170 mana, 18% cast speed is pretty good. The fact that it doesn't have any real resists on it aside from the implicit, and the fact that it gives increased cold damage is a little unfortunate. It's maybe one that's worth throwing a Chaos Orb at, because I'm getting to the point where I'm getting a bunch of those now. I've got 63 of them. What do we lose? Boom. Oh. I got rid of the cast speed, so it's now worthless.
Yes. I'll be here.
You are the weakest link. Mated crisis. Yep. Okay. Definitely seems like the loading when you go into the map screen, some update that they have done recently has really changed that and made it weird. Hey, Anubis. Running late tonight, huh?
Go on. On with the work.
Fall before me. Die forgotten.
Thought this was gonna curve around up here. Didn't. Yeah, so we're back at least. I'm really starting to feel like the number of the percentage of enemies left compared to the percentage of rares left is what causes the rares to start showing up on the map. So is the percentage of normal mobs that are dead start to significantly fall below the percentage of rares that are still alive. Seems like that's what's causing them to show up. I've still never seen an audience with the keying either. I don't really want to just go buy one. I am getting mildly frustrated that they just refuse to drop, because that's like a whole portion of the game that I've never even done. Kind of a bad spot for a breach there too, unfortunately.
By Garukan! Victory is mine!
There is power in this
I also
object.
don't understand why
I can
sometimes you get this issue where stuff just stops showing up on screen. It's almost like there's too many things on the screen. It reminds me of the old days and dealing with sprites. Once you got too many sprites on the screen, it started causing graphical issues and stuff wouldn't show up properly or everything would start flashing. Definitely been a handful of times where getting hit by some sort of an explosive that I can't even see. It's just not there. Sometimes it's corpse explosion and those are kind of hard to see, but normally you see the creature that is casting it and you know it. But these are like small explosions that are, you know, like some sort of orb that has been approaching me that's just not showing up on the screen, and then it explodes and I take a bunch of damage from it. They address that in the near future. It seems to be a more common thing as they have done patch iterations than what it was when the game first came out. It's almost like the situation is getting worse instead of better. Oh yeah, completely worthless. Oh, look at that. It's not too bad. Double exalts. Not really impressed with anything else, unfortunately.
A rare treasure.
I definitely get the feeling in this game that they really want to slow you down, though. They're not really interested in you flying through maps. Collapse any moment. Unfortunate. But hey, at least I got a breach precursor.
Garukan favors me.
I am unusually tired today. I did not get a lot of sleep last night. Stayed up too late playing games. Got mildly invested with WoW again since the new content came out. Been kind of cool getting on just to mess around with that. Leveled my hunter for the first time in pretty close to a year, probably.
Dire beast!
I'm kind of interested to see what they end up doing with this game as far as addressing some of the concerns about, specifically about map design. That is one of the things that I do agree with a lot of the people that are complaining about this game is the way the map design is done and how long it takes to run through a given map. And how basically worthless speed is and just in general.
I must travel light.
Sadly, it was a blue. Guess we'll see if it had any good baseline. Any chance on it? If not, it must be trash.
What is it?
Yeah, that's trash. I don't know if I've seen that before. It's kind of cool. Really got two of these in the same run. Oh, max roll on one thing. Arguably better than the other one.
I'll be here, waiting.
Close to another stone. If I could actually get one that doesn't suck, I only need 29 more shards so that I can be the boss again. I would definitely love to see some more things with affinity for stash tabs. Like they just have so many different things they're working on now. There's another citadel down here. Well, I was gonna say maybe I'll head towards that, but you can't get to it this way. So maybe you can circle around over here, or might have to come in from way up here somewhere. Yeah, I guess we'll just keep going the way I was going. Yeah, super tiny map. I'm back and forth on the whole concept of the towers. Like, I wish they would make the tower a slightly larger map and have more creatures. And make them significantly more linear. Like they added a couple of linear maps for the towers and they're really nice. Compared, like, I'm not saying like, oh my god, I just want to run towers all the time, but compared to the original towers, they're really nice.
A rare treasure.
But yeah, it's like some of the new ones that they added really weren't very linear and they kind of suck a lot. So I hope they think about that a little bit, maybe redo it some. I also don't enjoy the maps like this one here where it's essentially just a hideout, so it's super tiny. and it has an indeterminate number of rares in it, so like it's almost not worth doing these with anything more than like a tier 1 or tier 2 map. If it wasn't for the fact that I just have ass loads of tier 15 maps right now. I definitely would not be using a higher end map on them.
Yes.
Ooh. The armor and evasion sucks, but spirit too high resist rolls are pretty nice.
On with the work.
This is actually worth anything in its current state. Not too bad. Hidden Divine. What that one has on it. Plus 4 to armor, plus 5 to evasion rating, worthless fucking roll. And then 25% reduced attribute requirements, also worthless fucking roll. So yeah, that didn't really help in making this any better, unfortunately. Go down, put that on there, do this stuff a little bit. 3% increased armor and evasion, that's better. That's not too bad. We got out of that now. 769 and 704. Probably not going to be one with these exact stats. There we go. Now, what do those two look like compared to mine? More armor and evasion than both of those. Similar spirit, similar resists. One of the biggest differences being the max health. Yeah, the max health roll is kind of crap. But yeah, I mean that's still easily like a div item. So. Oh, that level is slowly coming. I may get there before the end of the stream tonight. So slow.
Fall before me. Victory is mine.
People were complaining about another map that they really hate. They call it its Sun Temple. I don't think I've seen that outside of the campaign, to be honest. Or I'm just not recognizing which one it is. sapphire ring.
A rare treasure.
I still feel like rolling the chance orbs on
Haunted bones!
the rings are a good idea. Still really back and forth about the stellar amulets though. I feel like, I don't know, it's just, I know the payout for a stellar amulet is so much more, but the number of stellar amulets that you have to go through to realistically get one, I kind of feel like sometimes not just selling the blank stellar amulets for like 200 exalt a piece just makes it, I don't know, not quite worth it.
Halt! Your rampage ends here!
Okay, why can't
I can't
Bow
do
to
that
your
yet.
queen or die! You are nothing but a locust.
You're nothing but dead. Overseer. That's gonna be good. I've only ever sold one pick
Didn't break
in
a
the game.
sweat.
It was a unique one that had perfect rolls. Like, everything was absolute max roll. And it sold fairly high. I think I priced it at like a div. That was 2 weeks back. Space down there to travel. Whatever.
By Garukan! Die forgotten!
Yeah, that one at least drops something kind of currencies versus just basically junk. Drop it back here. Big orb. Back there. Got away.
There is power in this object. I can feel it.
There we go. Sense of electricity. It's actually useful.
I'm carrying enough already.
Yeah, that's just chance, sure. have enough room for a single item.
Go on. Until next time.
No ring again. I already got one of the rings. I'll be surprised if I get another one. If they were that common, they wouldn't have the value that they do. But it's always very disappointing. You do the random roll and it's like, nah. That could have been 5 exalted, 10 exalted, I guess, maybe 15 now. Prices may be going up. Actually, I haven't turned on general chat in trade chat in a few days, so. Now Stellars have gone back down. They're only doing 140 now. I was selling them for like 175. Oh. Sapphire rings are 25 each now, so they've gone up about 2.5 times. Kinda nice.
Fall before me.
Need to leave that on. Yeah, unfortunately, it looks like I have a bunch of rares left, and they're all kind of in the same general direction.
Didn't break a sweat.
Four on that may not be
There
too
is
bad a
power
rolls
in this
to say.
object. I can feel it.
A bunch of exalts dropping in a random spot. Are you in that raid for tonight, Matisse? Started yet, or is it like saying start time? It's the Thursday raids.
here. Waiting.
There's so many of those things for sale
Yes.
right now. People aren't buying them anymore, so
Until next time.
if it did have a decent roll, still a pretty low chance that it's actually going to do anything. That's a lot of stats on an item. If it's any good.
Hello.
Probably not. Those bad rolls on that.
I'll
Anyways,
be here.
not worth it.
Waiting.
Still can't believe I've never found a single belt with a an extra charm slot on it. They were talking about how they felt like those weren't dropping enough, and to me it seems like they're dropping even less now that they've said that. Let's grab a low end. It's a tower, it's not going to be that impressive.
Will of the Mareke. Die, forgotten.
Just a little doubling back there. It's just kind of down. Like, it's funny, when I first started playing this, I was like dodge rolling all over the place, performing finger yoga to try to stay alive, and it's like I don't even roll at all anymore. Whatever happens to get to me, I just take it.
Will of the Mareke.
I feel like I have to constantly play with this map open as well, like trying to find your way around this rat maze. Not a big fan of that either. Like most of the time when playing Path of Exile 1, the only time I would really open the big map, the overlay, is when I wanted to see if there were areas of the map that I had missed. There were Mostly just kind of like wide open expanses. Double checking the controls and make sure there isn't one, but it would be really nice if they just had a hotkey for doing the portal.
Yes?
Never thought to check for that previously. 13% increase lightning damage. Holders, this kind of sucks, but the cast speed is
Until next
nice.
time.
Oh. That close enough. Only put one enchant on it and ended up being an energy shield, which is not what I was going for. That's probably not going to be that impressive, to be honest. For like 15 exalts. This is annoying. Can I get like an unsubscribe from these guys? Wow, divvered down to 30 cents a piece.
Speak. Until next time.
It's like, take me off your mailing list, please. Needed this area. Bosses, probably. Still have a 6. Another one of those things where I feel like I'm getting more of these precursors that I can really use. No, of course you didn't fucking put a boss in any of the ones that were corrupted. Shit. No, maybe that one. Yeah, both of these, no boss. Gold in there. So, not interesting at all. None of these rolls are good. Yes. Get so few tier 16 map corruptions. And they almost never have increased rarity and quantity. And if they do, they only have one of the two, and then increased gold drop is the the other thing it gets. It's just trash.
Fall before me.
I'm a big fan of the number of these like little snail creatures that are in the ground that you have to walk up to them and basically touch them before they come out, like that one. And they just stop you from moving. It's like, why? Tonight is a quiet night. Fridays seem to be a bad streaming night in other cases. At least for my audience.
I'll break you!
Well, yeah, I mean, you're watching from work, that makes sense. But yet somehow you manage to throw a Pokeball and try to catch a Pokemon. Super busyness. Hey, you caught it at least. Grab these for the armor upgrade.
By
Better than the
Garukan!
ultimate sword. Oh, that's disappointing. Dropping it there. Right. Normal item manager. Good. Don't have any regals, so. Probably start hiding those siphoning wands. I don't really care about those too much anymore right now. And level 82 maps, that XP bar is just taking forever to move.
Speak. Until next time.
Yep, you caught one. Was unawares. Try this one. No, no ingenuity. Not for sure an ingenuity would really work well with the rings that I have currently anyways. I would
By
have to
Garukan!
rebuild a lot of my build to get resists elsewhere, because I don't have
There
a
is
lot
power
of resists on
in
the
this
rings.
object. I can feel it.
And I do have a decent amount of resistance to belt that I'm
Didn't
using
break
at
a
the moment
sweat.
because I moved away from using a unique belt. Kind of moved away from a lot of the standards for this build. The original guide that I was following specifically for this build, I decided I didn't like a lot of the decisions that the guy had made, so I started changing some stuff up. So far, it seems to have worked out a lot better for me, but yeah, itemization has been an issue. You been playing the game a lot yourself, or you mostly just watch others play?
Garukan favors me.
Yeah, that's exactly where I'm at. About right around 300 hours played in the game so far. This is the second character that I've taken to like the 90s range. The first one was a Bombard Infernalist. Had a really good time with that one. It was pretty fun, but this build looked like it would be a lot more entertaining to play. So I stopped at like 89 with that one. I had done a bunch of mapping already. And then I switched over to playing this one. Started having a lot more fun
Fall
with it
before
because there was
me.
just more to do. You know, I wasn't just waiting for my pets to kill everything. Yeah, I thought about doing carries myself, specifically for like Trials of the Succumbus kind of thing. I just haven't gotten around to it. But yeah, I'm kind of in that boat where high div items are the kinds of things I need. I've been kind of eyeballing some wand upgrades. You know, I need to find ones with like +6 to lightning skills on them. So you know that's easily 100 div for almost just for that alone. And if I want to do like ingenuity, I would have to have a really good roll. I did get a dream fragment. I actually rolled this one, so kind of lucked out on that. Didn't have to spend 100 div on it, but it's been pretty nice to have. But yeah, I'm kind of feeling the lack of content myself. You know, once you start putting in a couple hundred hours in this game, and you know, in 8 to 10 weeks of playtime, you've done a lot, and the game just doesn't have a ton of content in it right now. It'll get better as time goes on, but they've been putting out a lot of fires and things like that. So I still really love the game. I'm really happy with what they have done with it so far, and I'm looking forward to how they react and adjust to feedback that they've received over the game. Yeah, exactly. That's kind of where I'm at now. I thought about just going ahead and rolling a new class because I kind of want to play a monk just to play it, but I don't know. I don't know if I have it in me to play through with another class right now, especially with other games on the horizon that I'm wanting to check out. I'll be doing Monster Hunter at the end of the month, so kind of just trying to figure out what I'm going to be doing between now and then. And the interest level in this game has kind of died down some. I mean, it still has a ton of players playing it, but compared to what it was like, you know, for the first month or so, you know, 500,000 people playing the game at any given time. That was a whole lot of people. So you had a lot of sales going on. You know, things had higher values because there was a lot more demand for them.
Foul crawler.
And now the demand has really dropped. It's like I don't hardly get messages for purchasing anything right now, and I have a lot of nice items that are up for sale, but there's just not a lot of people in the game right now that want them. yeah, it's feeling a lot slower. It's just, you know, it's just part of the decline of the game where, you know, people have kind of run their course with it. They've come in, they've done all the content, and I think one of the things that kind of keeps people going, at least with me, with like Path of Exile 1, is, you know, you have all the challenges to do, and you know, you can get the little totem that you're building for your hideout. So everyone, you know, every so many challenges you unlock another level of your little totem, and then you also have some cosmetics and stuff that you're unlocking in the same time, and you know, it just kind of feels like there's something, you know, going on. Plus you have whatever the current season event is that's happening that, you know, generally provides some challenge and has some new gear that you really want to get. But there's so few pieces of gear in the game, especially uniques right now. It's like I almost feel like I've gotten all of them at this point. I mean, there's a few exceptions that I obviously haven't gotten yet. You know, like the insanely high cost ones, like the Stellar Amulet. The one particular Stellar Amulet roll that's like 250 div right now. I haven't gotten one of those yet. And then there's a couple of set dropped uniques because I cannot seem to get a audience with the king for anything. And I don't want to buy one. I just want to get it to drop in the game. So I haven't gotten to do that event at all yet. So how do you feel about the game in general? Like, now that you've gotten to play it, are you pretty happy with it, or do you want to see a lot of changes? I mean, hopefully the lack of content will just obviously be addressed, you know, as they have more time to actually finish content for the game. But talking about like the game, the play style systems and things like that. I would love to see them redesign some of these maps and make them slightly less of a rat maze. A little bit more of an open build. I'm kind of hoping that they'll take some feedback about how so many people are upset with map design, and when they do their acts 4, 5, and 6, the new tile sets that they introduce, that they'll make better decisions, like have a whole lot more open maps, and then that way it'll balance out the number of rat mazes versus the number of open maps that you run into in end game. I'm kind of hoping that's the direction that they go, but there's been a little bit of information coming out of them that they're kind of happy with the way they've done their maps, so I don't know. Time will tell, I guess. shards there.
Speak. Time is not on our side.
Just missed the stone. 6 more. Also run into a few issues where I'm just getting insane amounts of maps to drop, and not having a map tab is very unfortunate. Need to stop picking up tier 14s, but I just like to have them on hand occasionally for when I hit a tower or something like that, something I want to spend a decent map on. And honestly, with the number of 15s that I have at this point, I don't even think it would be a problem anymore.
Begone, vision! Didn't break a sweat.
Come on now. Don't got all day.
Funny, I actually thought this was I misrecognized the icon for this for some reason. I thought it was a delirium mirror, and I was like, mirror at the beginning. This is probably gonna be a
Garukan
fairly bad
favors
place
me.
for a breach. More irradiated precursor tablets. That's what I need.
Die! Forgotten! By Garukan!
There is power in this object. I can feel it.
And I feel like the drive to continue playing the game is getting pretty low at this point, though. It's like I've done so many of the maps and various bosses. I would like to get one of the Audience with the Kings. I may end up just having to buy one. They don't ever seem to want to pop up in the rituals for me. Physical damage.
Didn't break a sweat.
It all dried up. It's like as it gets closer to the outer edge, less and less stuff spawns, which is unfortunate. Like the very end.
There is
There's plenty of
power
room for
in
some
this
stuff to spawn up
object.
there, but there's just
I can
nothing
feel it.
there. But hey, this will actually finish my breach stone, so I can go do a breach boss now. Never been a big fan of Expedition. It's like one of my least favorite events. I know you can get some really good stuff out of it, but I just don't enjoy them. I can't even get that in the first one. Sucks. Why will this not come over here? What the hell?
After a bit of ancient treasure, eh? For the cowgirl!
Take you!
A rare treasure.
Alright, well, that's pretty much it for this place. It's kind of a bad roll.
They'll be here. Waiting. What can I do for you? Until next time.
Hell.
Rolls and probably 6 to all melee skills. If by itself. Much.
Go well.
I'm here. Don't give up.
Welcome.
I'll
Hail.
This one to minion skills. The rest of the stats are kind of crap.
Don't drink the water.
Think about that for a little bit. See if that's something I want to re-roll or not. Two bars left. Forever level. Awful. What level am I? 94 current? 94 current? Yeah. Not even in the crazy top end yet, where it's going to get even worse. Kind of miss the concept of quad maps now. Be a little careful with this guy. I've only fought him 2 other times so far, and last time that I fought him, I wasn't paying attention and splattered me. Doing a little too much glass cannon. My mana regen is not in a great place in my opinion right now. A little low. I was trying to go for some more item rarity to see if I could get better drops, and
Sans, thank you.
the drops have definitely been better. I went from getting shit tons of exalted orbs to getting shit tons of chaos orbs, but it wasn't quite as good as I was hoping it would be. But because of that, doing the itemization, I ended up losing out on a bunch of mana regen, which is, I can actually cast myself down to really low mana, and that's not a good position to be in for this build.
We that
passive XP. Yeah, I haven't actually finished a simulacrum yet. I'm getting pretty close, but haven't finished it just yet.
Anticipation. We tear at the veil of existence. The fury of the hive.
Shit. Jesus, I've never fought this guy for this long. It was taking forever. There he is. Like I wasn't getting shock procs or something. Like, he just wasn't chunking health. I don't know what happened there.
A rare treasure.
Yeah, I don't know what I think about that one. A lot of people seem to think that this is a good one to take, but I don't know. I mean, if it procs, it's really nice, but it's just how frequently is it really happening? More monster density would be kind of nice. Opening and closing faster is not great though. We'll go with clasped hands here and see how that goes. Always respec it later if I don't like it.
Speak.
That's pretty crappy rolls.
On with the work. Time is not on our side.
Need to start trying to do some rolls on some of the breach rings and see if I can't get something nice on these while I've got them. Start moving this way and see if I can't get over to the citadel over here. I'm hoping I'll be able to get through in this direction.
Oh, the weary traveler draws close to the end of its life.
Victory is mine! I banish you!
As much of a stun as it was just kind of like a slow. would definitely like to get some simulacrums done so that I can get some Atlas passives for it. I was focusing a lot more on breaches just because I like breaches more. Still probably my single favorite season from Path of Exile 1.
A rare treasure.
Conjured fiend.
Die, forgotten!
Some back there. I have to backtrack for it. Or if this will circle around. Nope. No, it will not.
There is power
I
in
always
this
think it's funny that I
object.
get tons of
I can
regals when I'm
feel it.
going through and doing these maps, but anytime there's a strong box in the area that is unenchanted, I never seem to have a regal to pop on it. As far as the XP gain goes, sometimes I think, like you were mentioning, the concept of
Waiting.
running simulacrums for carrying people, and that the XP seemed good. I wonder if it just seemed good because you weren't paying attention to it. Like if I can forget about the XP and just not look at it, then I look down a few hours later and I'm like, oh wow, this is actually moving pretty well.
What can I do for you? Time is not on our side.
But then when I'm actually getting close to level, it's always riding in the back of my mind that he's out, it's time to roll some more. But it's always in the back of my mind that I'm getting close to levels, so that I'm just like staring at it constantly, and it seems like it goes slower than ever. Oh wow. Not a single prefix on that one. Sucks. I don't think I've ever seen that happen before. Increased XP gain will help a little. Should go dump that into one of the like 400% XP maps that I have, or I should say 400% XP nodes that I have. Gold increase in the area is such a terrible feeling. This makes me feel like the amount of loot that's dropping is less as gold is taking it up. If there's actually any truth to that. Oh, there we go. Quantity rarity. That's not too bad. But also gold find. Okay. Quantity rarity. Actually, the double rarity? Oh, it's double quantity, double rarity. That's nice. Or no, sorry. Single quantity, double rarity. Is so boring. Really wish they had some sort of like mass enchant. That I've got. Oh yeah, five splinters away from a simulacrum. Nice. Quantity rarity is good. .44% rarity, that's not bad. Alright, I don't think I will use any of those. Don't seem to have any. Wait, did I miss one? Oh yeah, rarity one. increased rarity. These are going to be kind of rough maps. So many of these other ones, I may just go ahead and steal a few of these. Probably need to start condensing some of these to get a bigger yield out of them as well. No. Now let's see. Got a 16 right off the bat. A bunch of 14s. Yeah. 2 16s out of it. But at least this was. Actually, no, that was not one of the good ones. That sucks. It obliterated my rarity ones, turned them into fucking 14s. Here's. No, I still got 144% rarity found in there. Yeah, most of the rest of them got screwed. Alright, we're still heading this way. It's 14. Get rid of it.
Weakling!
Keep burning ground maps.
Die
It's like, I know the
forgotten.
amount of energy shield I have is a very small amount and wouldn't last for any hits, but I don't like it when the little buffer's not there. I kind of miss the Pantheon system that you had in the first one where you could just give yourself immunity to burning ground when you wanted it. Maybe they will bring it back as they add more content.
Bow before me.
A rare treasure.
So, Michael, have you been dying down on this game a little bit? What's the next thing you're playing? Do you happen to play any Last Epoch ever? Never actually got around to playing that. It's one that I want to check out. It seems to get a lot of praise, but I had a friend of mine that tried to convince me to play it a while back, but I was raid leading in World of Warcraft at the time, and I just didn't have the free time to be able to spend on playing a lot of other games. Enough splinters there. Yeah, 5 I needed. In, but I bet it won't. A dead end.
Didn't break a sweat.
I want Okami. I agree. They closed 7 minutes ago, though. Too bad, so sad.
Die, scum.
Sunday, though. Sunday.
Yes.
Lightning resist and 115 mana. 15% increased chaos damage. That's not terrible. I don't know if people really care about unset rings, though. 27 strength. Be okay for a stat filler if you needed it, but aren't great rolls. Fine. I don't know. Throw it up for like 150 EX and see if anybody bites. Mission for sales. It's not what I want. Go. Extra lightning damage. Temporal chains, which sucks. Don't I walk slow enough as it is?
Sands, take you! Black creature!
It's only 7%, but man, I can feel it.
Garukan favors me.
Boots could be nice if it's got some speed on it. Higher than 20%. Regal shard for my efforts. I always wanted. I probably should go down here. Your night slowing down some, Nil? Seem to be pokey catching more than you were. Not as much as you'd like.
Die forgotten! Die, scum!
There is power in this object. I can feel it.
I forget what the boss is to this place. The dude with the big sword versus a statue. Yeah.
What foul energy gives life to you?
No mana.
Go now, defiler of flame.
I'm carrying enough already.
Oh no, I can't pick up the tier 15 map. Whatever shall I do? So yeah, these Delirium maps seem to be giving some decent XP.
What is it?
That's trash. And trash. Also trash. Well, I don't know. 154 mana is not a bad roll. Tier 11 is pretty nice. Hint is okay, the lightning resist isn't bad. I just hate rolling on these things because I've got 2 chances to roll movement speed on there, and if I don't get it, then it's just worthless. So let's skip that one.
Until next time.
Yeah, exactly. Are you doing that raid tonight, Matisti? Nope, staying out of it, huh? He's like, nah, I'm good. Hey, boss. No, it's okay.
Swine!
Too much lightning on the screen. Can't tell which one's bad and which one's not.
Garukan favors me.
Victory is mine!
Do you normally run on Friday nights, Matisti? I thought you did. Just decide not to sign up for this one, or are you thinking about cutting out of that team altogether? No, that enemy wasn't dying because the lightning wouldn't go up the damn stairs. Must have been body blocking itself. Oh, tier 4 ruby ring. That could be cool. Matisse quits, you're gonna quit too? I'm sensing there's a plot hole here. That's weird, Matisse. For some reason, I thought you raided with them pretty regularly because that always seemed like the team that you were complaining about the most.
I have no space for that.
I'm actually kind of, I don't know, I've been thinking about leveling up my hunter so I can raid on Friday's team, just for something else to do. And I don't know, like some of the people that came along from the Friday team on the AQ40 run that I ran, like they were basically talking about like, oh my god, I didn't know we were gonna speed run this, and I'm like, since when has being quiet and staying focused been considered speed running? It's like nothing about that run was a speed run. It was just a shut the fuck up and let's go kill shit. So it's like that concerns me a little bit if they think that's what speed running is, that I'm really gonna hate that raid team. Oh wow, that's actually not too bad. That evasion roll in there sucks, but
They'll be here, waiting.
what do we get? Ah, accuracy to go with it. Bleh. Charging 3 divines for. Oh, it has increased rarity of items found instead of the bad stat, so yeah, that makes a little sense. Maybe I'll throw this up for a divine. That still seems insanely high, but you know, maybe somebody will bite. And if they don't, it'll end up getting B. Whatever. Last raid, meaning the one last night. Yeah, I agree. There was a shit ton of downtime in the raid last night. That's probably my biggest complaint about our current raid team is that it's like, just fucking go. Like they even tried to do better, which is the sad part. They didn't do any explanations on any of the fights, and still somehow we spent more time sitting around doing nothing than actually progressing. Well, they tried. What precursor do I want for here? A lot of boss stuff in here. I'll throw some region. Stuff. Did I finish this one? Guess I did.
By Garukan!
I don't think I still preferred the lab runs from Path of Exile 1. I don't care for the. I don't like ultimatums at all. I don't think it's a fun thing, and that's one of the unfortunate things. Is it's like a lot of the seasons of Path of Exile 1 that I did not like were the ones that they chose to put in this one. So it's like I definitely don't care so much for the Trial of the Sechamus now that I've spent more time with it and kind of understand that it's not as bad. It just takes for fucking ever. It's such a long run. And then the ultimatum system, I don't like that at all. I didn't like that season either. I'm also not a big fan of Ritual. I know a lot of people love that one, but I'm not a fan. I also don't like Expedition, which they also put in Path of Exile 2. I generally preferred the ones that just fill the map with creatures to kill. Like, I loved Breach. I loved, I can't remember what the name of it was, but it was the one where they had the little sinkhole that you would find, and when you got close to it, it would create a crag that would run across the ground and just spawn shitloads of enemies. I forget what the name of that season was, but I really enjoyed that one.
Speak.
These things don't sell anymore. I have like 5 of them up. Corrupted with great rolls. It's nothing.
On with the work.
Aren't buying them. The monk fad has died, or people have found a different build, one of the two. Because it's got a mirror, so it'll just be a waste.
You are nothing!
Wonder how my anti-fan club on the
Die
YouTube has been
forgotten!
doing. They all gave up on
There is power in this
bashing
object.
my last video.
I can feel it.
So many people with so little things to do with their time. It's just funny. Is there a mirror in here? Looks like didn't even see it. Took off. Apparently I didn't get close enough to it from the start because it's not even showing up on the map. I do like that change though, where they finally made all of the event icons stay on the map. There's the
My lord, you are murdering innocent souls.
for sure.
Sans take you!
This way, so we have stuff to do.
A rare treasure.
Oh, it's so rare.
pressure.
Funny, I think Asmongold may be going through a little bit of a drought for content. He's mostly been milking all the political stuff that's going on, and it's been kind of slow for the past day or two on politics. And flipped through some of his videos earlier to see what he had going on, and it's like really, this is what you're talking about? A lot of people hate his content, but I find a lot of it to be pretty amusing.
Didn't break a sweat.
Can be an okay map for Breach. It looks like I don't have a whole lot of obstacles in the way, so this could go pretty well. Sometimes they'll put the big hand of Chiula like right up against a barrier. Well, I guess they kind of did. This is a bit of a barrier here. Sometimes it can cause problems with getting good spawns, but we'll see. Double barrier. Worse than I expected. Yeah, I got it. Nice little roll at the end to get that clasping hand open.
There is power in this object. I can feel it. I'm carrying enough already.
Some of these maps on my inventory is making me have to go back.
Yes. They'll be here, waiting.
worthless, but I'm a whore for loot. I did not want that. I got way too many of those things.
A rare treasure.
I really need to turn down character voices. I get tired of listening to this character talk all the time. It's like you never say anything useful. Creatures left. Back over here.
Begone, vision!
There was somewhere when I was running around killing all that stuff. Something dropped and I didn't get to see what it was.
Victory is mine!
Maybe not. I got it, didn't realize it. Whatever.
Cool.
Figured as much.
On with the work.
This is going way out of the way over here. Really don't like those little green night views. Really. Better than reflect maps, though.
Stand! Take you!
There is power in this object. I can feel it.
Or something. Oh look, more maps. I really feel like I'm being punished for something. Haven't seen a single div orb today.
Try.
No decent loot. Good is a strong word. Eat those things.
Didn't break a sweat.
Ah. String bow. Tier 4. A tier 5 one a while back. Ended up being like a 150 div bow. Nice. But pretty much everybody is selling them for with very similar stats. Mine actually exceed in a lot of cases, but unfortunately it still hasn't sold yet.
There is power in this object. I can feel it.
6 enemies remaining. Here, you get this reach. Get out of this place. Alright. Oh, there's really not a good path for this at all. Maybe I can get down here, but that's shitty.
Die, forgotten.
That's it. Oh, this switch was over here. Probably could have got a couple more kills out there, but isn't that big of a deal. god, greatest bow that ever existed, but terrible. Exalts.
Until next time.
There's some whetstones on it. Give it another socket. Let's see what some corruption. Nothing corruption does. Program really needs an option to auto-select all of this shit. Why is it not selected from the beginning? Accuracy isn't bad. This isn't another bow up. Similar set of stats. Oh, actually, it got a third socket. I didn't notice that. Put up for 2 div. Let's see. It's garbage.
I'll be here, waiting.
Not a particularly great emerald.
Yes?
My little map here. Is this last year 16, some 18, and see what happens. Drops worth having. I feel like I just need to get some more item rarity. Maybe 150% just isn't quite enough.
By Garukan!
I'm gonna run out of places to get it. That won't start severely eating into stats, though, is the biggest problem.
Didn't break a sweat.
There is power in this object. I can feel it.
Love how my watch just told me, congratulations on standing for the hour. It's like,
Will of the Mareke!
playing on such a high tier map. Well, I was gonna say maybe I can get an audience with the king to show up, but as you can see, no more single slot items left, so not gonna be the case here. Maybe I'll look out on a reroll.
Die, forgotten! Fire automaton!
Just nothing good dropping out of these things. This is the part of the game where it starts to get a little boring. It's like, I should be passively collecting divine orbs at this point fairly regularly. I mean, it takes hundreds of them to get an upgrade. And I've done pretty much an entire day, haven't gotten a single one. So I mean, if you just throw a rough estimate out there and be like you average one a day, 100 days to get an upgrade. That's a huge chunk of the season. Sometimes you get a little better luck with it, but it's hit or miss. Going with as long as I've been playing this game, which isn't as long as a lot of the really hardcore people out there. And by this game, I just mean Path of Exile in general, 1 and 2. I think I can count the number of times that I've gotten an item that sells for more than 50 div on one hand. So it's like exceedingly uncommon for me. I just have really terrible luck when it comes to rolling for anything though, even just like random loot. One of the other guys that I know that was playing the game for a while before he kind of got bored of it. He was doing one run in a day. I think he ended up getting 11 div in like 4 hours. They're just straight from drops, not even selling stuff. Ridiculous. I have like 35 more rarity find than he does.
Didn't break a sweat.
Found a spot around this thing that I'm not burning. away.
Val, fool!
I really wish, out of all the things that they have that pause the game, I wish going into fucking reward windows for ritual would pause the fucking game. The amount of times that things run up and attack me, even though I've launched shit tons of lightning bolts everywhere, there's nothing left alive.
A rare treasure.
Sans, take you!
Not so much. Oh wait, 35% movement speed. That's actually not bad. Yeah, I think we'll grab that. 2 resists. The rest of the rolls are kind of crap, and it's already 6 rolls, so that's all that's going to be. Actually, probably should have price checked that before I even purchased it. But I mean, not like it costs me anything I'm gonna lose. Fortunate. Yeah, sadly, it's probably one of the best items I've ever gotten from Ritual. Figure. Oh, I leveled. Didn't even notice. Where was I getting that mana regen from now? God. Ever so slightly faster. Is I can die now.
Garukan favors me. Love how they have that big pulse. It's like, yeah, you pissed off something really big. Normally it's not that big of a problem, but it's funny. Looks like we have a boss in here again too.
Alright, let's go. So I'm gonna be disappointed with you as well. Yep.
Garukan favors me.
Go on.
Actually, okay, break that down.
Until next time.
Cry weapon swap speed. There for a div for that price point, or for that speed point. We'll see if it gets anything. But yeah, I think that's going to be it for me for the night, guys. I'm going to call it a little early tonight. I got a few things I want to get done around the house, and it's been exceedingly slow for viewers and chatting tonight, so we'll be back tomorrow. Tomorrow, Saturday, we'll be doing Conan Exiles, and yeah, that'll be the plan for tomorrow night. So just be running around slaughtering some stuff, collecting some new thralls, finishing up the base build. I got most of the walls and stuff done on it, so actually pretty much all of the walls and stuff done on it at this point. If you just got here, well, hang around and talk for a bit. I'll stay if you want to chat. I'm mostly giving up because no one's chatting. What's up with you?
Speak. What can I do for you?
We might not be doing goodnight yet, Nell. Don't rush it.
Yes?
Got a simulacrum that I could do here and die pathetically because I haven't done one yet. Be entertaining, right? For a lot of people love to watch that. Going home to play, yeah. Yeah, it's generally when I spend the most of my time watching people streaming is when I can't be playing. But since I thought about it, I think I will do this simulacrum. I haven't got to do one before. Where did it go now? That's the real question. Oh wait, Delirium actually has spots. We have a Delirium tab, just not a Breach tab for some reason. I don't know why that's a thing, but... Alright, first simulacrum. It's okay if I die, because I literally just leveled. It's not really okay if I die. It'd be rather sad. Tier 1 simulacrum splatter me. Although I really don't know what this is going to be like, so... I haven't even watched a video of anyone doing one of these.
Remember this ramshackle
Oh,
place?
that's right. These are like the
A
waves.
second home, and yet something seems off. You've stood against so many horrors and survived.
A
I
long
think
time
it's
since I've
time
done
to
one of these, even
last
PoE1.
test your limits.
That's nice. Stick the stash underneath the great big giant thing that you can't see under. GG. Now we know where they got the name.
Sans, take you!
More lightning. What's for dinner? I don't know. What is for dinner? Beef. That's what's for dinner. Well, that was nice. Ah.
This is only
Wave 3.
the beginning.
More lightning. A lot more cast speed. Dealing 3 times the number of bolts in the ground. See, right now is when flame wall would be really cool because this is a tiny room, and it would look so amazing. All this lightning everywhere.
A rare treasure.
What? I gotta go somewhere else? What is this? Seems like a trap.
Victory is mine!
Let yourself be drawn into the mire.
I got one drop in here that was really nice. Or at least rare. Nice, it actually is. Okay. What did I ever do to you?
Garukan favors me.
This one I think I have home court advantage. Makes me move. Some rooms are staying pretty small. Chatter on YouTube. I've had a little bit tonight. A little bit more than usual. YouTube's still pretty new. Don't have a whole lot of people on there yet.
Victory is mine!
It's not bad. Someone popped in right as I was about to quit out, but then they said they were going home to play. So.
Are you trying to cleanse yourself of me?
always wanted to do one of these simulacrums with the Venom Geyer build I had on Path of Exile 1. That was such a fun build. What are you doing over there? Very anti-lightning, stuck on that fence.
Garukan favors me.
Back out this way. So I have to continue the correct way. Next Friday is Valentine's Day. It is accurate, I think.
You
take
can't
your word
get
for
rid of me, Exile. I am you.
I feel like with every passing percent of delirium, I'm getting weaker. Oh, that was a crappy wave for loot. A very small little hallway. Plus 50% monster elemental resistances. That's why I'm feeling weak. I do have a lot of elemental penetration, but it definitely
Nothing
makes
you
a
do
difference.
matters. The dream will end, and the dreamer will pass into the next world.
Ah, Jesus. Got fucking trapped and couldn't get out of it. That's amazing. First death in 2 weeks. Wonderful. And in a simulacrum, it took me a month to collect because I just don't do that many deliriums. That was ridiculous.
Until next time.
Go on.
Ah. Not that impressive. The interesting baby. See what makes them good. A decent increased armor roll. Strength is capped. Stun threshold is okay. Why are these valuable? Interesting. Now someone has one of these up for 200 mirrors of Calandra. Like, it's just stupid. It's like it's almost identical stats to the one that I have. Like, why would you put something up for a price that ridiculous? And then there's a handful of them up here for a few exalteds, which is really funny because you know those are not going to sell. People are just trolling. Got anything out of that? Eh. Toss those in there. Wait, did I actually get something? 67 to stun threshold, maybe? Yeah, okay. That might be... Oh, whatever. Guess I need to get a little bit more damage out of this build and hopefully not get plus 50% to fucking elemental resists on another simulacrum. Need to upgrade this wand, go to the +6, help a lot. And I need to replace this focus with one that doesn't have so much crit hit on it since I'm not really crit built anymore. Actually, these gloves might be a decent thing to improve. What is the baseline for these? Clothes. Stats. Just from there. Don't care about pluses to attacks, because that doesn't help. About that. It's a 9 div pair that have a bunch of shit on them. Good at all. Wow, both of the ones that are up for trade right now are garbage. Absolutely garbage. One of them does have double socket on it, and it's a little bit more energy shield. But I mean, to be fair, I could throw some more energy shield on this one and make it that much closer to it. But yeah, it's kind of a little lackluster there. Disappointing. Oh wait, actually I need to get rid of that too. Alright, I was looking at the sockets for mine. Here we go. Not really a lot of room to improve. Just not many rolls that you can get on gloves. Like you can get haste to gloves, like attack speed for melee, but you can't get casting speed, which is just stupid. At least not on these gloves. What's the original build guide suggesting? Latest June 20th. Yeah, it's just he went all resists on his gloves and that's it. Yeah, so there's just not much realm of good upgrades for gloves. It's 168 mana, so it's like 10-point increases here and there. Other than that, not much. Yeah, that's pretty crap. Still 6 points shy on fire, but not really causing me any serious problems or anything. Oh yeah, I meant to check that out. It's just a bigger sigil rate. It's not that impressive. So, that. That's it. So on that. So on that. So, yeah. This is a base level 19, so could make that a 20 and then corrupt it for a 21. Same with a few of these. I got a corrupted spark. +1 from corruption. Yeah, overall. I still could activate that 5th slot in Orb of Storms and get another buff in there, but that's really the last one. Actually, cast on Shock, I think I can get a 5th one for as well. Something actually useful. Font of Mana would probably be pretty nice for Orb of Storms. I should probably consider that. Tempest. Must have Unbreakable in there. 200% more stun threshold while using supported skills. Too bad. Elemental Storm sounds interesting. Might be one worth looking at. So yeah, there'd be 2 minor upgrades. It's not really going to do a massive amount of damage or anything like that, so it's really not that great. Oh yeah, I keep meaning to get Blink on here. That probably would have solved my problem of being trapped earlier. I keep forgetting to fucking add that. I should probably make that happen. Can't believe I haven't done that yet. Wait, that's a focus, isn't it? Teen for spirit. That's kind of dumb on my part. Oh, I don't have enough decks.
Yes?
A new realm of power.
So two. Swap sets. Oh, okay. Wait, why can't? Are you fucking kidding me?
Go on.
Literally at the point to where I can't get rid of one int node because it makes Spark uncastable. Fucking retarded. If there's any big nodes I can grab that has anything. Alright. Taking some random fucking node here.
Step closer to legend. Even notice this tab was here on previous skills. Oh wait, no. Why is that not turning on?
auto swaps because it knows it's the second weapon, so that works out. What's happening here? Dex and strength. All of a sudden, not enough.
What is it?
Inspiring.
Right. Okay. Whatever. I clearly am not understanding what's going on with this. I'll have to look it up later. But yeah, like I said, that's going to be it for tonight. So, like I said, I will be doing Conan Exiles tomorrow night. I may do a bonus stream on Sunday because we're going to be finishing up the last of the Nax run for WoW SOD. So I may do just a quick bonus stream specifically for that. And then I won't be doing anything else for that evening for streaming, but unless I'm just like super busy for some reason. But yeah, next week I don't know if I'll be coming back to playing Path of Exile on stream as much. I'm not positive. I may get into playing something else, just to have a little bit of a change for a few days, just to kind of get out of the rut. Path of Exile is getting a little bit boring at this point. Not a whole lot really left to do. So yeah, I guess we'll see what I pick up for next week. I'll keep you guys posted. If it's going to be something big, it probably will just be something out of my library already, and because we're going to be getting into Monster Hunter Wilds in, was it like just a little over 2 weeks, right around 3 weeks from now. So yeah, I don't necessarily want to get into another brand new game. Don't know if I'll have time to finish it in 3 weeks, depending on what it was, but I'll look through and see if there's anything super interesting out there that I might get into. We may even just like try Last Epoch. I haven't played it yet, so maybe we'll go that route. Kind of keep a similar vibe, but different game. But yeah, that's really all I've got for now, guys, so I will catch you guys next time. Have a great night, and once again, thanks for watching.